Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The echoes of ancient footsteps still lingered in the halls of Moria, where shadows danced on walls that had witnessed the rise and fall of the mightiest dwarf kingdom in Middle-earth. Through these dark corridors walked DS, daughter of Dwalin's line, her torch casting golden light upon walls where mithril veins still gleamed like frozen starlight. She was named for Thorin's sister, but unlike her namesake, she had chosen to return to the halls that had claimed so many of her kin. The Chamber of Mizarble had become her sanctuary, its dust-covered tomes holding secrets that even the wisest of her people had forgotten. It was here, among the carefully preserved records of Balin's doomed colony, that she found the scroll that would change her fate. Written in ancient Khaz'dul, its runes spoke of a ring not one of the 7 given to the dwarf lords in ages past, but another, forged in secret by Celebrimbor and Narvi during their legendary friendship. The discovery sent tremors through her heart. The 7 were lost or consumed by dragon fire, but this ring, this secret creation born of the unique friendship between elf and dwarf, had been hidden away before Sauron's corruption could touch it. The scroll spoke of a sanctuary in the Blue Mountains, protected by both elvish enchantments and dwarven craft, waiting for a time when the shadow had passed from the world. Word of her discovery reached Rivendell, where few elves still dwelt in the fading years of the Third Age. Among them was Linder, who had walked the halls of a region in its glory days and whose memories of Celebrimbor were more than mere legend. He arrived at the gates of Moria as autumn painted the Dimril Dale in gold and crimson, his ancient eyes holding both wisdom and warning. Some secrets, he told DS as they stood before the black waters of Keld's Ram, were buried for reasons beyond our understanding. The ring you seek was forged with arts that even Celebrimbor feared to fully explore, but DS had inherited the determination of her forebears. Our people are scattered, our ancient homes empty, or filled with darkness. If this ring holds even a fraction of the power that built Moria, should we not seek it? Their journey through Moria was a perilous one. Though the balrog was gone, other creatures had crept back into the deep places, pale things that scuttled in the shadows, and older, nameless beings that dwelt in the lightless chasms. DS led them through secret ways known only to those who had studied Moria's ancient maps, while Linder's elvish magic kept the worst horrors at bay. In the deepest archives, they found more clues, drawings of the ring, showing intricate patterns that combined elvish script with dwarven runes in ways that had never been seen before or since. The ring, they learned, had been forged not for power or dominion, but as a bridge between two peoples whose friendship had been severed by ancient pride and fear. Their path led them through the Silvertine Gates, following the old roads west toward the Blue Mountains. Winter descended upon them as they crossed the empty lands, where the wind sang lonely songs through abandoned watchtowers. They spoke often during these long nights, the dwarf and the elf, sharing tales of their people's intertwined histories. Linder told of the crafting of the Rings of Power, of Celebrimbor's dreams and his tragic end, while DS spoke of the deep longing her people felt for their lost homes. In the Blue Mountains, they found the sanctuary hidden behind veils of elvish magic and dwarven engineering, a chamber that opened only when DS spoke words in Khaz'dul, while Linder sang in Quenya. Inside, upon a pedestal of mithril and crystal, lay the ring. It was simpler than the 7, its band showing the same patterns they had seen in the ancient drawings, elvish letters flowing into dwarven runes in an endless circle. But they were not alone. The sanctuary had other guardians, stone sentinels crafted by both elven and dwarven hands, who awoke at their presence. These guardians spoke with voices that echoed from the First Age, testing them not with riddles or combat, but with questions that probed the very nature of their quest. "Why do you seek that which was hidden?" they asked. "Power? Glory? The resurrection of fallen kingdoms?" DS stepped forward, her voice steady. "I seek understanding. Our peoples have grown apart, our ancient friendships forgotten. This ring represents what we once were, what we could be again," Linder added, "and I seek to preserve the memory of what was best in both our peoples, before it fades entirely from the world." The Guardians considered their words. And in that moment, both DS and Linder understood why the ring had been hidden. It was not merely a magical artifact, but a symbol of something precious, the trust between two peoples who had learned to see beyond their differences. The ring, when they finally held it, did not grant dominion over others or the power to build kingdoms. Instead, it showed them visions. Narvi and Celebrimbor working side by side, the raising of the doors of Durin, moments when the barriers between elf and dwarf had dissolved in shared purpose and friendship. Perhaps, Linder said softly, this was its true power all along. Not to rule or to build, but to remember and understand. DS nodded, feeling the weight of generations of mistrust and prejudice lifting from her shoulders. Then we should not keep it hidden. There are still those in Middle-earth who would benefit from such remembrance. They emerged from the sanctuary into a world where the first light of dawn was breaking over the mountains. By unspoken agreement, they began the journey back to Moria, but not to bury the ring in darkness again. Instead, they would establish a new hall, one where both dwarves and elves could come to remember their shared history and ancient friendship. In the years that followed, the ring became known not as a weapon or a tool of power, but as the heart of two peoples. It remained in a chamber near the doors of Durin, where the light of sun and stars could reach it, and where both elves and dwarves would come to counsel and remembrance. DS and Linder became the first of many guardians, their friendship a living echo of the ancient bond between Celebrimbor and Narvi. And so, it was that in the fading years of the Third Age, when much of the old magic was leaving Middle-earth, a small but precious part of it remained, not in rings of power or ancient spells, but in the renewed understanding between two peoples who had once forgotten how to be friends. The waters of Keld's still reflected the stars, and in its dark mirror, those who looked closely might see the faint glimmer of a simple ring, inscribed with patterns that spoke of bridges built and ancient wounds healed, a testament to the power of friendship over the desire for dominion. Story 2. The ruins of Fernost rose like broken teeth against the darkening sky, their ancient stones still whispering tales of the glory of Arnor. Halbarad pulled his weathered cloak tighter against the chill wind that swept down from the North Downs. 20 years of ranging these lands had taught him every shadow, every hidden path, yet tonight, something felt different in the air, a heaviness that reminded him of the stories his kinsman Aragorn had told of the Nazgul. The tracks he followed were fresh, booted feet moving with purpose toward the heart of the ancient capital, where the kings of old had ruled before the Witch King brought ruin to the North Kingdom. But these were not the crude prints of ORCs or the light steps of his fellow rangers. These belonged to men, and the patterns spoke of military training, the disciplined gait of warriors who knew their purpose. A flicker of torchlight in the distance caught his eye, disappearing behind a crumbling tower that had once housed the royal archives. Halbarad moved silently through the ruins, his steps careful on stones that had witnessed 1,000 years of history. As he drew closer, voices carried on the wind, speaking not in the common tongue, but in ancient Ednaic, the language of Fallen and Menor. The artifacts must be gathered before the next new moon. One voice said, its tone carrying the weight of command. The ritual cannot wait. Halberad's hand tightened on his sword hilt. He knew of only one group that still used the old tongue with such formality, the Dí Nidain. But his own people had abandoned Fernost centuries ago, leaving it to the ghosts and memories of better days. A sudden movement in the shadows nearly made him draw his blade, but the figure that emerged was too short to be human. Copper-colored hair gleamed in the starlight, and keen eyes studied him from a face framed by an intricately braided beard. "You move well for a tall folk," the dwarf woman said softly, "but you're not the only one watching these ruins tonight." She introduced herself as Nori, daughter of Ori, named for one of Thorin Oakenshield's companions. "My people have been tracking these grave robbers for weeks. They've taken artifacts from ancient dwarf holds as well items that were sealed away after the fall of Angmar. Together, they crept closer to the gathering. In a courtyard where kings had once held council, a group of men in dark cloaks worked by torchlight. They had arranged various objects in a circle, a sword with runes that gleamed with their own pale light, a crown that seemed to drink in the darkness around it, and other items whose purpose Halberad could only guess at. "Those are the personal effects of the Witch King," Nori whispered, horror evident in her voice. "Things that were thought lost when he fled to Mordor. My people helped seal them away. They carry echoes of his power still." The leader of the group stepped into the center of the circle, raising a black rod toward the stars. "With these tokens of our true Lord's power," he proclaimed, "we shall restore the kingdom he meant to build. The blood of Enmenor flows in our veins, but we reject the weakness of our kinsmen who bow to the heir of Isildur. The Witch King showed us a better path, one of true power." Halberad felt his heart grow cold. These were indeed Dí Nidain, but ones who had fallen to the same shadow that had tempted their ancestors. The artifacts they had gathered were meant to tap into the lingering power of Angmar, perhaps even to attempt some form of resurrection of its terrible lord. "We can't let them complete the ritual," Nori said, already stringing a short, powerful bow. "The items must be scattered, destroyed if possible." "Agreed," Halberad replied, "but we're outnumbered. Unless..." A plan formed quickly. While Nori used her knowledge of stone craft to work her way through the ruins above, Halberad approached openly, calling out in Ednaic, "Brothers, you forget yourselves. We are the Dí Nidain guardians, not conquerors." The leader turned, his face a mask of contempt. Halberad, the loyal dog, always following, never leading. The North Kingdom could rise again, if we but had the courage to grasp true power. "The power you speak of destroyed our kingdom," Halberad countered, stepping closer to the circle. "It turned our greatest city into these ruins." Above, Nori had reached position. At Halberad's signal, she loosed arrows into the torches, plunging the courtyard into darkness. In the confusion that followed, Halberad struck. His sword, inherited from generations of rangers, met the leader's blade with a ring of steel that echoed off the ancient stones. The fight was swift and desperate. The corrupted Dí Nidain fought with skill inherited from their noble bloodline, but Halberad had learned warfare from Aragorn himself, and Nori's arrows found their marks with deadly precision. When one of the Dark Rangers tried to complete the ritual, her knife took him in the throat before he could speak the final words. In the aftermath, as they gathered the dangerous artifacts, Nori examined each with the expert eye of a master lorekeeper. "These must be taken deep into the earth," she said. "My people know of places where such things can be sealed away forever, beneath mountains that have never known the touch of shadow." Halberad nodded, looking at the faces of the fallen. He had known some of them once. Good men, before pride and the whispers of ancient evil had turned them from their path. "I will need to tell Aragorn of this," he said heavily. "The shadow of Angmar may be gone, but its poison lingers still." Together, they journeyed to the Blue Mountains, where the dwarves had maintained secret vaults since the First Age. Along the way, they spoke of their people's histories, of the long friendship between dwarves and the men of Westerness that had been all but forgotten. In those conversations, both found hope for if ancient alliances could be remembered and renewed, perhaps the shadows of the past could be finally laid to rest. The artifacts were sealed away in chambers deeper than any darkness could reach, behind doors that would open only to the combined craft of dwarf and Dínadain. And in the years that followed, when peace finally returned to the north, tales were still told in the halls of both peoples of how a ranger and a dwarf woman had prevented the shadow's return, proving that the strength to resist evil lay not in artifacts of power, but in the courage to reject their temptation. Furnost remained a ruin, but it was watched more carefully now, honored not just as a memorial to what was lost, but as a reminder of what had been preserved. And sometimes on clear nights, those who passed by would see two figures walking its walls, a tall man in a gray cloak, and a shorter figure with copper hair, both standing guard against the shadows that never fully fade from the world. Story 3. Golden leaves fell like teardrops in Lothlorien, where the magic of ages was slowly fading from the world. Celebriel stood beneath the empty talon where Lady Galadriel had once dwelt, watching as the ethereal glow that had protected these woods for millennia grew dimmer with each passing day. She was the last of the Galadrim who had chosen to remain, appointed as guardian of the fading realm by Celeborn himself before he too departed for the havens. The melon trees, once radiant with otherworldly light, now cast shadows that grew longer and darker. The protective barriers that had kept evil at bay since the first age were thinning like morning mist before the sun. Celebriel could feel it in the very air she breathed. Lothlorien was dying, and with it, the last great realm of the High Elves in Middle-earth. It was on a misty autumn morning when she first spotted the delegation from Erebor. Led by Thorin III Elmo di Pedra, the dwarves had come seeking safe passage through the Golden Wood, their ancient route through Moria having become treacherous once more. The sight of dwarves in Lothlorien would have been unthinkable in ages past, but the world was changing, and ancient prejudices were fading along with the old magics. The shadows in Moria grow deeper, Thorin III explained as he stood before the great tree, his voice carrying the weight of his burden. Something stirs in the deep places, driving us to seek new paths. But the roads through the mountains are watched by fell things that have crept down from the north. Celebriel studied the dwarf king thoughtfully. In his eyes, she saw the same weariness she felt in her own heart, the struggle to protect a diminishing legacy. "Your people are welcome here," she said, "though I fear these woods may not offer the protection they once did as they walked among the golden trees." Thorin spoke of his own troubles. The dwarves of Erebor sought to establish new colonies in their ancient holds, but the darkness that had fled from Dal Guldur had left lasting scars upon the land. His people needed safe passage not just for trade, but for survival. It was during these conversations that an ancient memory stirred in Celebriel's mind. "There are scrolls," she said, "kept in the highest chambers of Kara's Galadhon," speaking of a time when Celebrimber and Narvi combined their arts. Not just for the doors of Moria, but for other works that were never completed. In the days that followed, Celebriel and Thorin pored over ancient texts written in both Elvish script and dwarven runes. They discovered references to a ritual that could bind the natural magic of the earth itself, combining the elven understanding of nature's harmony with the dwarven mastery of stone and mineral. "Our peoples once knew how to work together," Thorin mused, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns in a centuries-old manuscript. Perhaps that knowledge wasn't lost, but merely forgotten. Their research led them to a decision both desperate and bold. They would attempt to create a new kind of sanctuary, one that combined the fading magic of Lothlorien with the enduring craft of the dwarves. But to do so, they would need to enter Moria itself, where the foundations of such magic had first been laid. The journey into the dark halls of Moria was fraught with danger. Ancient evils still lurked in the shadows, and the very stones seemed to whisper warnings. Yet as they descended into the depths, something extraordinary happened. The remaining light of Lothlorien that Celebriel carried within her began to resonate with the deep magic in the mountain itself. In the chamber of Mizarbel, they found what they sought, an unfinished work of Celebrimber and Narvi, a foundation stone meant to bridge the magics of both peoples. It had laid dormant for ages, waiting for the right moment and the right combination of kindred spirits to complete its purpose. The ritual they performed drew upon both the stellar magic of the elves and the earth craft of the dwarves. As Celebriel sang in the high tongue of the Noldor, Thorin chanted ancient Khuzdul words of binding and making. The stone beneath their feet began to pulse with a warm light, spreading outward like ripples in a pool. What they created was something entirely new, a network of protected pathways, anchored by the power of the mountain, but enhanced by the living magic of the woods. The paths would be hidden from unfriendly eyes, guided by stones that gleamed with an inner light, not the ethereal glow of the elves nor the craft light of the dwarves, but something in between. The magic spread through the ancient roots of the misty mountains, creating safe passages that connected the scattered dwarf holds with the remaining elvish havens. The golden light of Lothlorien, rather than fading entirely, was transformed, becoming part of the very stone itself. "It is not the same as it was," Celebriel said, watching as the first of Thorin's people began to use the new paths. "But perhaps it is what both our peoples need now, not walls to keep others out, but ways to bring people together." Thorin nodded, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the enchanted stones. "My father used to say that the world was growing smaller. Perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing, if it brings old friends closer together." In the years that followed, Lothlorien changed. The last light of the Eldar did not depart entirely, but merged with the craftsmanship of the dwarves to create something unique in Middle-earth, a sanctuary where both peoples could dwell, where the wisdom of the elves met the craft of the dwarves. The Golden Woods became known as the Crossroads of the Wise, where the remaining elves who had not yet sailed west could meet with their dwarven allies. Celebriel remained as guardian, no longer of a fading realm, but of a new kind of haven. And if travelers in the night sometimes saw strange lights moving through the trees, or heard the mingled sounds of elvish songs and dwarvish chants echoing from the depths of the earth, they would smile, knowing that not all the old magic had left the world. Some had simply changed its form. The melon trees still grew tall and fair, their leaves now shimmering with a light that seemed to come from the very stones beneath them. And in this blending of ancient magics, both peoples found something they had thought lost forever, not just safety or sanctuary, but the knowledge that even in a changing world, wonders could still be born from the union of different arts and different hearts. Story 4. The eastern slopes of Erebor caught the first light of dawn, painting the ancient stone in hues of amber and gold. Gimli, son of Golin, stood at the head of his expedition, his eyes scanning the distant peaks of the Iron Hills where his people would soon establish new colonies. The War of the Ring had ended, but its aftermath had scattered dark forces across the wild lands, and even now, 2 years after Sauron's fall, darkness lingered in the deep places of the world. The sound of approaching hoofbeats drew his attention. A rider emerged from the morning mist, their green cloak billowing behind them. As they drew closer, Gimli recognized the familiar face of Aerith, one of the few elves who still patrolled the borders of what had once been Mirkwood. Her presence this far east was unusual, and the gravity in her expression spoke of urgent matters. "Maeg of Annan, Gimli," she called, dismounting with fluid grace. "The shadows we hunt have led us to your doorstep." The "we" she spoke of was the informal alliance of elves who had taken it upon themselves to hunt down the remaining servants of Sauron who had fled Dal Guldur. Gimli had heard tales of their work from Legolas, who occasionally joined their hunt when his duties in Ithilien permitted. "What darkness brings you so far from the woodlands?" Gimli asked, though in his heart he already feared the answer. "We tracked a group of Sauron's former priests through the Grey Mountains," Aerith explained, her voice low. They carried with them artifacts stolen from both our people's scrolls from the libraries of the Woodland Realm and ancient tablets from the deep vaults of Erebor. Gimli's grip tightened on his axe. What would they want with such things? They seek knowledge of awakening, she said, her eyes darkening. There are creatures older than dragons that sleep in the deep places of the world. The cultists believe they can control such powers. Use them to establish their own realm now that their master has fallen. The news sent a chill through Gimli's company. They had come east to build, to restore, not to face such ancient perils. Yet as he looked at his fellow dwarves, he saw not fear but determination in their eyes. They were the children of Durin's folk, who had faced dragon fire and lived to rebuild their kingdom. Together, Gimli and Aerith pieced together what they knew. The cultists had taken specific documents, elvish records of the First Age when such creatures first appeared, and dwarven maps marking the deepest caverns of the eastern mountains. The pattern was clear. They sought a sleeping balrog, one of the few that had fled east after Morgoth's defeat, burying itself in the roots of the mountains. My father spoke of rumors, Gimli said as they pored over ancient maps in his tent. Deep places where even our most hardy miners would not go, where the very rock seemed to pulse with heat and malice. Aerith nodded. Our oldest songs speak of fires in the east that were not dragon flame. The creatures fled here after the War of Wrath, choosing dormancy over destruction. Their pursuit led them through treacherous mountain passes and into caverns that had not seen light since the First Age. The cultist trail was marked by dark runes and broken seals, protective wards placed by both elves and dwarves in ages past, now shattered. The deeper they went, the warmer the air became. Ancient dwarven runes on the walls warned of danger, while traces of elvish magic still lingered in the air barriers meant to keep something contained. The cultists had passed through recently, their own dark magic corroding these ancient protections. They found them in a vast chamber deep beneath the mountains, where rivers of molten rock cast an angry red glow across black stone. The cultists stood in a circle, their chants mixing black speech with older, fouler tongues. In the center of their ritual space, the floor had begun to crack, revealing a terrible light from below. "They've found it," Aerith whispered, her voice barely audible over the rumble of the earth. "We must stop the awakening." The battle that followed was fought in shadow and firelight. Gimli's dwarves struck from hidden tunnels they seemed to sense in the rock itself, while Aerith's elvish magic disrupted the dark rituals. The cultists fought with desperate ferocity, but they had not counted on the combined might of elf and dwarf working in concert. Yet even as the last cultist fell, the chamber continued to shake. The creature below had been disturbed from its ancient slumber, and now the very mountains groaned with its stirring. "The seals," Aerith called out, running to examine the ancient runes. They weren't just meant to keep it in, they were keeping it asleep. Understanding passed between them. The combined craft of their peoples had bound this evil ages ago, and only together could they renew those bonds. As the floor cracked wider and waves of heat washed over them, Gimli and Aerith worked frantically to rebuild what had been broken. Elvish songs of binding wove through the air, while dwarven hammers struck ancient runes, reforging the seals that had held for so long. The chamber filled with a light that was neither the red glow of fire nor the pure radiance of the elves, but something new, a fusion of two ancient magics working in harmony. When it was done, the chamber grew quiet save for the distant rumble of the mountain's heart. The creature below had returned to its slumber, bound once more by the combined will of elf and dwarf. As they made their way back to the surface, Gimli and Aerith spoke of the future. The eastern lands would need guardians who understood both the deep places and the ancient magics. Their peoples, once distant, would need to work together to ensure such evils remained sleeping. "Perhaps," Gimli said as they emerged into sunlight, "this is what Legolas and I were meant to begin, not just friendship between two, but understanding between all our peoples." Aerith smiled. "Then let us build something new here in the East." Not just colonies or outposts, but places where both our peoples can dwell and guard against the darkness together. And so it was that in the years that followed, the eastern settlements of the dwarves became known not just for their craft and wealth, but for the unprecedented cooperation between elf and dwarf. Halls were delved that bore both elvish and dwarven influences, where the wisdom of both peoples was preserved and shared. The dark fire continued to sleep beneath the mountains, but now it was watched by those who understood that the greatest strength lay not in separation, but in the union of different powers and different hearts, bound together by common purpose and growing friendship. Story 5. Winter winds howled around the rebuilt towers of Dale, where banners bearing the arrow sigil of Bard's line snapped in the frozen air. Sigrid, daughter of Bard II, stood upon the highest rampart, her keen eyes fixed on the distant peaks of the gray mountains, where strange lights had been seen in the night. The restoration of Dale had been her father's legacy, but its protection had become hers. The first warning came not from the mountain watches, but from the depths of Erebor itself. The ancient seismic bells, crafted by dwarven masters to detect the movement of great beasts, had begun to ring for the first time since Smaug's death. When the message arrived from the dwarven kingdom, carried by a raven with ice-rimmed feathers, Sigrid knew her fears were justified. Dwalin, now white-bearded but no less fierce than in the days of Thorin's company, arrived at Dale's gates as the sun set. His aged frame still carried the warrior's strength that had seen him through countless battles, and his eyes held the wisdom of one who had faced dragons before. "The signs are unmistakable, lass," he said gravely, spreading ancient maps across the council table. "The tremors, the warming of the deep waters, the behavior of the ravens, we've seen all this before, when Smaug first stirred in the north, but Smaug was the last of the great dragons," Sigrid protested, though uncertainty colored her voice. "My grandfather's black arrow saw to that, the last of the great dragons, came a new voice, as Toriel emerged from the shadows where she had been standing guard. The former captain of Thranduil's guard had remained in the north all these years, honoring an unspoken promise to protect the lands where Kili had fallen. But the worms of the Grey Mountains were always smaller, craftier. Some may have survived by sleeping deeper. Staying hidden, together, they studied the reports. Livestock missing from the highest pastures, strange lights in the peaks, and most troubling, a warmth in the winter air that seemed to emanate from the mountains themselves. The evidence pointed to a dragon, smaller than Smaug, but potentially more dangerous for its cunning. It's feeding on the ancient hordes, Dwalin explained, his finger tracing paths through the mountains. The lost treasuries of my people, abandoned when the cold drakes first drove us south. Each vault it claims makes it stronger. Sigrid felt the weight of history pressing down upon her. Her grandfather had slain Smaug, but he had been prepared, armed with a black arrow and the knowledge of the dragon's weakness. This threat would require a different approach. Their plan took shape over long nights of council. Toriel shared ancient elvish knowledge of dragon binding, magic that had been used in the First Age before it was largely forgotten. Dwalin spoke of hidden ways through the mountains, and of weapons forged specifically for dragon slaying that still might be found in the deepest vaults. The expedition set out as winter deepened, a company of 3 hunting a shadow of flame. They traveled light and swift, Toriel leading them through paths unknown to any map, while Dwalin's memory guided them to ancient dwarven outposts where they might find the weapons they sought. In a forgotten armory, buried deep in the belly of the mountains, they discovered what they needed: arrows forged of meteor iron by the dwarven smiths of old, their heads inscribed with runes of piercing and binding. These were not the grand black arrows that could bring down a great drake, but rather weapons designed for a more precise purpose, to wound and weaken, rather than to kill outright. The dragon's lair, when they found it, proved Dwalin's theory correct. It had chosen not a grand hall like Smaug, but a network of smaller chambers, each connected to different ancient treasuries. The beast itself was barely larger than a war horse, its scales the color of tarnished copper, its movements betraying an intelligence that made Sigrid's blood run cold. "It's been watching us," she realized, seeing how the dragon had positioned its horns. Learning from Smaug's mistakes, the battle, when it came, was unlike any in the songs of dragon slaying. Their foe used the narrow tunnels to its advantage, striking and retreating, leading them through a maze of its own making. But they too had prepared differently. Toriel's magic transformed the ancient passages into a trap, her spells of binding drawing power from the very runes that the dwarves had carved into the stone ages ago. Sigrid, trained since childhood in the bow, waited for her moment. When it came, she did not aim for the breast as her grandfather had, but for the joints of the wing, where Dwalin had told her the scales would be weakest. The meteor iron arrows struck true, and the dragon's roar shook dust from the ceiling. Yet even wounded, the beast proved deadly. It spoke then, its voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Children of the mortal lands," it hissed, "you know not what you preserve. The old magics fade. Soon your kingdoms will be defenseless against what stirs in the eastern waste. Better to bow before me than face what comes." But Sigrid had been raised on tales of how pride and fear had nearly destroyed both Dale and Erebor. "Our strength lies not in ancient hordes or draconic power," she declared, "but in the bonds between our peoples. The final strike came not from arrow or axe, but from the combined power of three races working as one." As Toriel's spells held the dragon in place, and Dwalin's knowledge guided them to the chamber's weak points, Sigrid's arrows found their mark. The beast fell not in a cataclysm of fire and destruction like Smaug, but bound by ancient magics and pierced by weapons forged to answer its own kind. In the aftermath, as they sealed the ancient treasuries with new wards, combining elvish magic and dwarven craft, they spoke of how the world had changed. Dragons were no longer the greatest threat to their lands, but neither were they as defenseless as they had once been. Perhaps that's the real lesson here, Sigrid mused as they made their way back to Dale. The old evils may never truly vanish, but neither do the old alliances. As long as elf, dwarf, and man stand together, we need not fear the shadow's return. The tale of the copper dragon became part of Dale's legacy, not just as a story of dragon slaying, but as a reminder of how the three peoples of the north had learned to face threats together. The weapons they had discovered were preserved in Dale's armory, not as trophies, but as tools for future guardians. And on clear nights, when the lights of Dale shone bright against the darkness, those who looked to the gray mountains might see three figures standing watch together on the highest tower: a daughter of men, a dwarf warrior, and an elf of the woodland realm, their vigilance a living testament to the bonds that had transformed ancient enemies into steadfast allies. Story 6. The waves of the Bay of Belfalis shimmered like liquid mithril under the setting sun as Gilrain stood in the highest tower of Dal Amroth, her fingers tracing the ancient text spread before her. Named for the mother of Aragorn Elisar, she had inherited not only her namesake's grace, but also her father's position as keeper of the city's vast libraries. Among the countless scrolls and tomes that told of Gondor's history, she had found something extraordinary, a journal written in the last days of Enmenor, speaking of a secret haven established beyond the sight of both elves and the armies of Arferes. The discovery could not have come at a more crucial time. For weeks, ships had been vanishing along the traditional trade routes, while strange lights danced on the horizon at night. Sailors spoke in whispers of ghostly vessels that appeared in the mists, their sails bearing symbols not seen since the drowning of Enmenor. "The patterns are clear," spoke C. Arden, a silver-haired mariner from the Grey Havens who had sailed south at the behest of his lord. His ancient eyes studied the star charts Gilrain had assembled. These disappearances followed the old routes to Enmenor, paths written in the very currents of the sea. Beside him stood Aldamir, a young loremaster of Minas Tirith whose knowledge of ancient and Menrine texts had proven invaluable. The journal speaks of a place called Anin Yurib, the Eternal Haven, a sanctuary built by those who foresaw the darkness coming to Enmenor, but could not prevent it. The three had gathered in secret, away from the curious eyes of the court. The implications of their discovery were too significant to be shared widely without proof. If a colony of ancient Enmenrians had indeed survived, hidden all these years, "We'll need a ship," Gilrain declared, her voice carrying the authority of her position, "and a crew who can be trusted with secrets that could shake the foundations of Gondor itself." The vessel they chose was the Foam Flyer, a swift ship captained by Arendir of Dal Amroth, whose family had served the princes of the city since its founding. His crew was small but skilled men and women who had sailed the treacherous waters around the mouths of Anduin all their lives. As they set sail under the light of a waning moon, See Arden stood at the bow, his presence lending an air of ancient wisdom to their venture. His eyes sought patterns in the waves that no mortal could see, guiding them along courses that seemed to bend the very rules of distance and time. Their journey took them through waters where the stars seemed to shift position, and the compass needle spun without purpose. On the seventh day, as dawn painted the sky in shades of pearl and gold, they encountered the first sign that their quest was not in vain. A pillar of black stone rising from the waves, carved with symbols that Aldemir recognized from the oldest texts in Minas Tirith's archives. A waymark, he breathed, excitement making his voice tremble. The ancient mariners used these to navigate paths hidden from hostile eyes, but they were not alone in their discovery. As they followed the trail of ancient markers, dark ships appeared on the horizon, vessels with black sails bearing the symbol of a broken crown. They moved against the wind with unnatural speed, crewed by figures whose faces were hidden behind masks of ancient design. "They seek what we seek," See Arden said grimly, "but for darker purpose." The power of Enmenor was not solely in its arms and armies, but in knowledge preserved from the elder days. The chase that followed tested both ship and crew to their limits. The Foam Flyer danced through waters that seemed to follow their own rules, while their pursuers called upon powers that should have been lost beneath the waves. Lightning crackled from clear skies, and waves rose like walls before them. It was Gilrain who found the key hidden in her ancient texts, patterns of stars recorded by the faithful of Enmenor that, when traced upon the waters with starlight caught in crystal, would reveal paths invisible to mortal eyes. As she worked her newfound knowledge, the sea itself seemed to part before them, revealing a channel through mists that had hidden their destination for centuries. The sight that greeted them took their breath away, a city of white stone rising from the waves, its architecture a perfect blend of Enmenrine craft and designs that spoke of adaptation to their sanctuaries' isolation. Ships of ancient make rode at anchor in a perfect harbor, their designs unlike anything seen in an age. But even as they approached this marvel, their pursuers narrowed the gap. The confrontation that followed would be sung of in the great halls of both Gondor and the havens for generations to come. As Arendir's crew fought with the skill of Dal Amroth's finest mariners, See Arden called upon the very winds to aid them, while Aldemir and Gilrain raced to understand the secrets of the haven before their enemies could claim them. In the heart of the ancient city, they found both wonder and warning. The descendants of those first settlers had indeed survived, preserving knowledge and artifacts from before the downfall. But they had done so at a terrible price, becoming something neither fully of the present nor of the past, bound to their sanctuary by choices made ages ago. The dark ships, they learned, were crewed by those who had found hints of the haven's existence and become obsessed with claiming its power, believing that within its walls lay the key to reversing the downfall itself. Their leaders were descendants of those who had chosen exile rather than accept the changing of the world. Their wisdom turned to bitterness over long years. The final battle came not with swords or sorcery, but with a choice. The Haven's guardians revealed that their existence had always been temporary, a trust kept until the right descendants of Enmenor could choose to either preserve their isolation or release their knowledge back into the world with wisdom their ancestors had lacked. Gilrain, standing in a chamber where the very walls told the story of her people's greatest triumph and greatest fall, understood at last why she had been led here. With Círdan's counsel and Aldemir's support, she chose to heal rather than hide, to release the haven's knowledge gradually, guided by the wisdom of both men and elves, rather than keep it locked away or unleash it all at once. The dark ship's crew, faced with this choice and its implications, found their purpose hollow. Some chose to accept the change, while others vanished into the mists, their fate unknown. As they sailed home, the haven slowly sinking beneath the waves behind them, not in destruction, but in a final fulfillment of its purpose, Gilrain watched the horizon with new eyes. She carried with her not just ancient texts and artifacts, but understanding of how to use them wisely. The greatest power of Enmenor was never in its ships or spells. See, Arden told her as Dal Amrith's towers appeared in the distance. It was in the ability of its people to choose wisdom over power. When given the chance, in the years that followed, the knowledge they had recovered would help heal ancient wounds and build new bridges between the peoples of Middle-earth. And on clear nights, when the stars shone brightest over the Bay of Belfulus, some said they could still see lights dancing on the horizon, not of ghost ships or dark sorcery, but of the wisdom of the past lighting the way toward hope. Story 7. Frost-laden wind howled through the ruins of Carn Diem, where ancient evil had once crowned itself king. Halbarad, named for the valiant Dínadain who fell on the Palinor fields, stood atop crumbling battlements that had witnessed the rise and fall of the Witch King's realm. The stones beneath his feet seemed to pulse with lingering malice, a reminder that some darkness refused to fade even years after Sauron's defeat. The young ranger's weathered cloak, adorned with the star of the North Kingdom, whipped about him as he studied marks carved into the ancient stone symbols that should have been destroyed when the One Ring perished. Yet here they lay, fresh cut and gleaming with an inner light that spoke of purposes yet unfulfilled. "The signs are wrong," came a melodious voice, and Eladin, son of Elrond, stepped from the shadows. The elf lord's ageless face bore an expression of deep concern. "These runes speak of the Nine, yet they were unmade with their master's fall. Perhaps not entirely," Halbarad replied, his hand unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword, the same blade his namesake had carried. "Look here, these markings are new, but they echo patterns I've seen in the tombs of the ancient kings. Someone seeks to tap into powers that linger in these stones." The sound of approaching hoofbeats announced the arrival of Elrohir, Eladin's twin, accompanied by Kalanor, one of the few remaining Dínadain of the north. They had been scouting the deeper ruins of the fortress, where the Witch King had conducted his darkest rituals. "The lower chambers have been disturbed," Elrohir reported, his voice tight with concern. "We found evidence of ceremonies, attempts to draw upon the residual power of the Nine Rings. They seek to create new vessels for the shadows that once were those rings." Halbarad felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter wind. The Nine Rings had each been crafted for mighty kings of men, their power a terrible gift that had ultimately bound them to Sauron's will. Though the rings themselves had passed into shadow with their master's fall, the lore of their making had been preserved in places dark and deep. Their investigation led them deeper into the fortress, through halls where ancient evil had once walked freely. In a chamber deep beneath the earth, they found an altar black as night, its surface etched with symbols that hurt the eyes to behold. Around it lay scattered artifacts, pieces of armor worn by the Nazgul, shards of weapons that had tasted the blood of kings, and scrolls written in hands that had learned their craft in Enmenor before its fall. "They're using the remnants," Eladin observed, his immortal eyes reading layers of meaning in the dark artifacts. Like a poison drawn from many sources to create something worse, a sudden tremor ran through the stones, and darkness deeper than the absence of light began to seep from the walls. From hidden passages emerged robed figures bearing weapons of ancient design, their eyes gleaming with unnatural fire. The children of twilight return, spoke their leader, his voice carrying echoes of powers that should have remained sleeping. Did you think the art of ring-making was lost with Celebrimber's fall? We have studied in shadows deeper than any you know, learning to forge new bonds between flesh and spirit. The battle erupted like lightning in the depths. Halberad's sword flashed with the speed and skill inherited from generations of rangers, while the twin sons of Elrond moved with the deadly grace of their elven heritage. But their opponents fought with unnatural strength, each strike carrying echoes of the Nazgul's terrible power. In the chaos, Halberad spotted their true purpose. They were not fighting to kill, but to complete a ritual. Dark energies swirled around the altar, drawing power from the artifacts they had gathered. The air grew thick with malice as ancient spells began to take form. The rings were merely vessels, the cultist leader called out as he parried Eladin's blade. The power they channeled remains in the world, waiting to be claimed. We will forge new rings, new wraiths to wear them, and the North will know fear again. But the cultists had overlooked something crucial, the very blood that flowed in the veins of those who opposed them. Halberad was not merely named for a fallen ranger. He carried within him the strength of Enmenor that had helped seal these powers away an age ago. The sons of Elrond bore the power of both elven and human heritage, and the wisdom to use it. As the dark ritual reached its crescendo, Halberad thrust his sword into the heart of the altar. The blade, forged in Rivendell and carried by generations of Dí Nídain, blazed with a light that pierced the shadows. Eladin and Elrohir raised their voices in ancient words of power, calling upon their father's teachings to unmake what the cultists had wrought. The chamber erupted in a clash of powers ancient and new. The cultists' careful work unraveled as the combined will of ranger and elf lords proved stronger than their twisted artifacts. Their leader screamed in rage and despair as the darkness he had tried to harness turned back upon itself, consuming him and his followers in shadows that faded to nothing more than memory. In the aftermath, as they emerged from the depths of Carn Diem, Halberad carried with him a deeper understanding of his heritage. The 9 rings had been destroyed, yes, but the strength that had allowed the Dí Nídain to resist their power for so long lived on in the blood of their descendants. Some shadows can never be fully banished, Elrohir said as they watched the sun rise over the ancient fortress. But perhaps that is why the blood of Enmenor still flows in the veins of the North to stand guard against their return. Eladin nodded, placing a hand on Halberad's shoulder. You carry more than just your namesake's sword, young ranger. You carry the strength that has kept these lands safe through ages of darkness. In the years that followed, Halberad would often return to Carn Diem, not to dwell on its darkness, but to maintain the vigilance that had protected the North for generations. The fortress remained a place of shadow, but now it stood also as a reminder that the light of ancient days still burned in those who chose to carry it forward. And in the depths of winter nights, when the wind howled through the ruins of Angmar, those who listened closely might hear not the echoes of ancient evil, but the steady heartbeat of those who stood watch against the darkness, the inheritors of a legacy stronger than any ring of power. Story 8. Moonlight filtered through the ancient boughs of Erin Lascalin, the wood of green leaves that had once been Mirkwood. Though Sauron's shadow had lifted, the forest kept its secrets, and none knew them better than Nimrodel, a sylvan elf named for the legendary lady of Lothlorien. Her footsteps made no sound as she traced paths between trees that remembered the First Age, their branches whispering tales to those who knew how to listen. The ruins emerged from the pre-dawn mist like the bones of a forgotten giant. Once, this had been a great hall of the Men of Dale, before dragon fire had driven them from the forest's edge. Now, moss-covered stones bore witness to older days, and it was here that Nimrodel had found something that disturbed her centuries of careful watchfulness. Claw marks, fresh and deep, scored into ancient stone. The signs are clear. She spoke softly to Grimborn, son of Bern, who stood like a mountain in human form beside her. His father's legacy of skin changing lived on in him. though he preferred his human shape more often than not. Something stirs the sleeping drakes of the gray mountains. Grimrun's dark eyes studied the marks. Aye, and not by their own will. The merchants who passed through my lands spoke of strange figures in the night, carrying tools of delving and ancient scrolls written in languages that hurt the eyes to read. A third figure emerged from the shadows of Dwarven, master artificer of Erebor. His red beard intricately braided with steel and gold. "The dragons sleep deep," he said, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Or so we thought. But the deeper delving teams have reported tremors in the ancient halls, and echoes that sound too much like breathing. The unlikely trio had been drawn together by separate threads of the same dark tapestry. Nimrodel had tracked disturbing movements through her forest realm. Grimborn had noticed increased traffic of suspicious traders bearing artifacts of questionable origin. And the dwarves of Erebor had detected vibrations in their deepest minds that spoke of something massive stirring in the depths of the mountains. "Show them what you found," Grimborn urged Nimrodel, his voice uncharacteristically gentle for one of his size. From a pouch at her belt, Nimrodel withdrew a scroll case made of dragon scales, its surface still gleaming after countless years. Within lay a map drawn by the men of Dale before their exodus, showing not just the surface paths of the region, but deep ways beneath the earth, where dragons had once made their lairs. "The Eastern merchants seek this knowledge," she explained. "They believe that dragon fire can be harnessed, that the great worms can be bound to their will. They don't understand that such powers answer to no master save their own ancient hatreds." Dvarin's fingers traced the map's markings with expertise born of centuries studying the deep places of the world. "These passages, they connect. The dragons didn't choose their lairs by chance. They followed paths older than even their kind, paths that channel powers we barely understand. Their counsel was interrupted by a bird's call, but not one that belonged to any natural creature of the forest." Nimrodel's hand flew to her bow as shadows moved among the ruins. The attackers emerged like wraiths, men clothed in scales of black iron, bearing weapons forged in fires that should have died out an age ago. The battle was swift and fierce. Grimrun's roar shook the stones as he took his bear form, massive paws sending attackers flying. Dvarin's axe sang alongside Nimrodel's arrows, the elf and dwarf moving in unexpected harmony. But their adversaries fought with desperate purpose, caring nothing for their own lives. In the chaos, one of the iron-scaled figures seized the dragon scale scroll case. Before he could retreat, Nimrodel's arrow found his shoulder, but instead of blood, golden fire leaked from the wound. The figure laughed a sound like breaking glass and spoke in a voice that echoed with unnatural power. "The old powers stir, elf-kind. The dragons were never meant to sleep forever. Fire and blood will remake the world as it was in the elder days." Grimrun's massive bear form crashed into the speaker, but the damage was done. Though they defeated their immediate foes, the knowledge contained in the scroll had been compromised. Worse, the golden fire that had flowed from their enemy's wound spoke of transformations that should not have been possible. As dawn finally broke over the ruins, the three allies surveyed their situation. "They'll move quickly now," Dvarin said, cleaning his axe with practiced care. "Those weren't mere treasure hunters. They've found some way to bind dragon magic to their own flesh." Nimrodel picked up a fallen piece of the black iron scale armor, its surface unnaturally warm to the touch. "Then we must move faster. The paths on that map lead to the deepest lairs places, where the most ancient and terrible of the dragons retreated rather than face death. If these dragon changers wake them, then the north will burn." Grimborn finished, having returned to his human form. "But they don't know these lands as we do. The forest remembers, the stones remember, and the blood of the old guardian still flows in our veins. The quest that followed took them through hidden valleys and forgotten caves, racing against enemies who could now fly on drake wings and breathe lesser flames of their own. But for all their stolen power, The dragon changers couldn't match the combined wisdom of three peoples who had guarded these lands since the elder days. In the heart of the Grey Mountains, they made their final stand. The dragon changers had found the deepest lair, where slept Urgos the Ancient, a drake old enough to remember Morgoth's reign. But they had not counted on the presence of those who understood the true price of waking such powers. While Grimborn and Deverin led a frontal assault on the transformed cultists, Nimrodel used paths known only to the oldest of her kind to reach the heart of the lair. There, she found runes of binding and sleeping that had been laid down in the First Age. Not to imprison the dragons, as the dragon changers had thought, but to give them a choice: sleep until the world was ready for their fire, or fade into legend. The battle that followed would live long in song and story. Grimrun's bare strength and Deverin's craft held back the dragon changers while Nimrodel renewed the ancient runes, offering the great worms a choice once again. In the end, Urgos stirred just enough to open one ancient eye, regard the presumption of those who would chain his kind to their will, and choose to return to his ageless slumber. The dragon changers' stolen fire turned against them, consuming their transformed bodies until nothing remained but cooling iron scales and cautionary tales. In the aftermath, as the three allies emerged from the mountains, they found the world changed yet familiar. The dragons would sleep on, their power remaining in story and song rather than flame and fury. Perhaps, Nimrodel said as they watched the sunrise paint the forest gold, this is what guardianship truly means. Not seeking to control the ancient powers, but understanding when to let them rest. Deverin nodded, his beard catching the morning light. Aye, and knowing when to trust those we once called enemies with keeping such secrets, Grimborn smiled, a rare sight that transformed his stern face. The old borders mean less with each passing year. Perhaps that's not such a bad thing. The unlikely fellowship forged in those days endured, becoming a legend of its own. And in the depths of the Grey Mountains, the dragons slumbered on, their dreams touching more gently upon the world above, where elf, dwarf, and skin changer kept their ancient vigil. Story 9. The golden light of dawn crept through the ancient gardens of Athelion, where the mingled scents of herbs and flowers painted the air with memories of glory long past. Captain Bergen stood atop the restored walls of the Ranger's Refuge, his weathered hand resting on stonework that had witnessed the realm's fall and rebirth. 10 years had passed since the return of the king, yet shadows of the old wars still lingered in these borderlands where the cultures of Gondor and the south uneasily met. The morning silence shattered with the urgent call of a sentry's horn. Through the morning mist, Bergun's keen eyes spotted his rangers carrying a limp form, a young man in the rich crimsons and golds of Harid, his elaborate armor stained with blood. But it was the object clutched in the stranger's unconscious grasp that sent a chill through Bergun's spine. A medallion of ancient design, its surface etched with the unmistakable symbols of Inmenor. He was ambushed near the crossroads, Captain, reported Haleth, the ranger who had found him. The attackers were dark robes marked with symbols I've not seen since the war. The young ranger's voice dropped lower. They were trying to take that amulet from him within the healing chambers. As the herbmasters worked their craft, Bergen studied their unexpected guest. Despite his youth, the Haradrim's face bore the noble features of his people's ancient bloodline. The medallion now lay on a nearby table, its surface catching the lamplight in ways that seemed to reveal and conceal patterns with each flicker of flame. When the young man finally woke, his dark eyes immediately sought the amulet. "I am Kadir," he spoke in carefully practiced Western, son of Hakim, keeper of the eastern gates of Abrak. His hand closed around the medallion. "And this burden was my father's last trust to me." Over the following days, as Kadir regained his strength, he shared his tale. The medallion was an heirloom of the days when men of Inmenor had established havens along the southern coasts, before the shadow turned their peoples against each other. For generations, certain families of Harid had secretly preserved these tokens, waiting for the day when the world might be ready for the ancient bonds between North and South to be renewed. But there are those, Cador's voice grew grave, who wish to use these relics for darker purposes. The cultists who attacked me serve an ancient evil, one that predates even Sauron's rise. They seek to gather artifacts of power from the Elder Days to wake something that sleeps in the Grey Mountains, a fortress my ancestors helped seal, where followers of Morgoth still cling to their dark dreams. Bergen felt the weight of history press upon him. The peace they had won seemed suddenly fragile, a delicate flower that old hatreds could too easily crush. Yet in Cador's eyes, he saw the same weariness of endless conflict that he himself carried. The medallion proved to be more than mere jewelry. Under the light of the full moon, its engravings shifted to reveal a map showing not just the location of the ancient fortress, but a network of hidden paths and sanctuaries maintained by those who had resisted the shadow in both North and South. My father died protecting this secret, Cador said softly. He believed that only by joining the wisdom of both our peoples could we prevent the dark powers from rising again. The decision to act came with the arrival of troubling news. Dark figures had been seen in multiple kingdoms, gathering artifacts and ancient scrolls. The cult was moving faster than they had feared. Bergen gathered a select company, a mix of his most trusted rangers and a small group of Cador's loyal guards, who had finally tracked him to Ithilien. Their journey took them through hidden valleys and forgotten paths, where ancient stones still whispered of the days when the kingdoms of men were young. The rangers' woodcraft blended with the desert-learned stealth of the Haradrim, creating a harmony that belied their people's long estrangement. At an abandoned way station, they encountered unexpected allies, a group of dwarven scholars from Erebor, led by the learned Thrin Stonereader, who had been tracking the cult's theft of artifacts from ancient holds. The pieces of a larger puzzle began to fall into place. The fortress they sought lay in a valley where the Grey Mountains' roots ran deep. As they approached under the cover of night, they found signs that the cult had already begun its work. Dark chants echoed from within the ancient walls, and an unnatural storm gathered overhead. They seek to use the combined power of artifacts from all the free peoples, Thrin explained grimly, studying the runes above the fortress gate. To wake something our ancestors sealed away, a spirit of shadow and flame that Morgoth himself bound to his service. The battle that followed tested not just their weapons, but their trust in each other. Rangers of Gondor fought beside Haradrim warriors, their different fighting styles becoming a deadly dance. Dwarven axes crashed against dark steel. Cador's medallion blazed with ancient power, its light pushing back the shadows that the cultists commanded. In the heart of the fortress, they found an ancient chamber where the cult's leader, a figure whose ageless features spoke of dark powers, stood before a portal of swirling darkness. The combined artifacts pulsed with malevolent energy, nearly ready to break the ancient seals. The final confrontation came down to a choice. The portal's power could be sealed only by sacrificing the artifacts that the cult had gathered, including Cador's medallion, perhaps the last untainted relic of the friendship between Enmenor and Harid. Cador and Bergen shared a look of understanding. Some treasures of the past had to be let go so that a new future could grow. Together, they cast the medallion into the maelstrom, its ancient power combining with the other artifacts to seal the dark portal forever. In the quiet aftermath, as dawn painted the mountains gold, Bergen gazed at his unlikely company rangers, Haradrim and dwarves, bloodied but unbowed. Perhaps, he said to Cador, this is the real treasure your father sought to preserve, not gold or magic, but the knowledge that we are stronger together than apart. Cador smiled, touching the empty spot where the medallion had hung. In Harid, we have a saying, the desert wind knows no borders. Perhaps it is time our peoples remembered that wisdom as they journeyed home. The company that had formed in suspicion and necessity found themselves bound by something stronger than ancient magic's trust, forged in battle and understanding born of shared purpose. In the years that followed, The Rangers' refuge in Lothlorien became a place where people of both north and south could meet in peace, proving that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in artifacts of power, but in the simple act of reaching across ancient divides. Story 10. Deep in the shadowed halls of Moria, where ancient echoes whispered tales of former glory, the daughter of Anin traced her fingers along the cold stone walls, reading stories written in dust and darkness. The dancing light of her torch cast long shadows across intricate geometric patterns carved by her ancestors, each line a testament to the mastery of dwarven craft. Yet these halls, once filled with the rhythmic symphony of hammers and the warm glow of countless forges, now held only silence and secrets. 20 years had passed since the fall of Sauron, but darker things still lurked in the depths of Moria. DS knew this well, yet duty and destiny had drawn her here, following the footsteps of her namesake, the sister of Thorin Oakenshield. In her hand, she clutched a weathered map recovered from a merchant in Dale, its edges crumbling but its runes still clear, pointing to the location of ancient records left by Balin's ill-fated expedition. Records that, if the rumors were true, contained the location of one of the lost rings of power given to the dwarf lords in ages past. "My lady," whispered Dvalin, her trusted shield-bearer, his voice barely carrying through the stale air. The western passage shows signs of recent movement. His beard, braided with iron rings that clinked softly as he moved, caught the torchlight. Behind him, Alder of Gondor shifted uneasily, his ranger's instincts clearly troubled by the oppressive darkness. DS nodded, her own dark beard adorned with silver beads that marked her lineage. "Then that's our path. Whatever else walks these halls, we cannot allow Balin's records to fall into shadow." She didn't voice her deeper fear that they weren't the first to seek these secrets. Tales had reached even the restored kingdom of Erebor of dark figures seeking relics of Sauron's power, refusing to believe their master truly fallen. Their small company was joined by Celebrinder, an elf lord from Lothlorien whose ancient eyes had seen the crafting of the very rings they sought. His presence had initially caused tension among the dwarven members of their group, but DS had insisted on his counsel. Some knowledge was too dangerous to face without the wisdom of the elder races. As they ventured deeper into the western halls, the architecture changed subtly. The straight lines and sharp angles of dwarven craft gave way to more ancient patterns, remnants of the First Age when the roots of the mountain were first delved. Celebrinder's hand often touched the wall, his expression troubled as he read histories that predated even his long memory. They found the first body in a small archive chamber, a dark, robed figure clutching a torn page covered in black speech. "A servant of the enemy," Celebrinder said grimly, his fair face hardened with concern. "And not long dead before DS could respond. A distant drumbeat echoed through the hall's doom, a sound that had haunted dwarven nightmares since the fall of Moria. But this was no drummer of the depths. The rhythm was wrong, more purposeful. A signal. "We're not alone," Alder murmured, his hand on his sword. "And they know we're here," the company pressed on, following both their map and the increasingly frequent signs of passage. The air grew thicker with tension until they reached a great circular chamber dominated by a pool of dark water. Ancient shelves lined the walls, and at the far end stood a stone table where familiar figures worked by mage light. "Step away from the records," DS commanded, her voice ringing with authority inherited from generations of dwarven kings. The dark-robed figures turned, 5 of them, led by a tall man whose face bore the noble features of an menor twisted by darkness. The daughter of Enin, the leader, smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "We wondered when the dwarves would send someone to claim their heritage. But you're too late. The location of Durin's ring will soon be ours, and with it, the power to wake things that should remain sleeping." Celebrinder stepped forward, his presence suddenly filling the chamber with ancient power. The rings were unmade with Sauron's fall, You chase shadows and risk waking worse things than ring wraiths in these depths. The one ring was unmade, the dark leader corrected. But the lesser rings? Their power remains, waiting to be claimed by those with the wisdom to use it. And in these halls rest secrets older than any elf's memory ways to forge new bonds. To bind what was sundered, the battle erupted without warning. Dvalin's axe caught the first dark figure as it lunged forward, while Alder's blade flashed in complex Gondorian patterns, keeping two more at bay. Celebrander's voice rang out in ancient Quenya, dispelling the shadows that tried to envelope them. But it was DS who reached the stone table first, snatching the records even as the dark leader's blade whistled past her head. She saw in an instant what they had missed. These weren't just records of Balin's expedition, but copies of far older documents. The location of the ring was there, yes, but so was a warning written in her ancestor's hand. Some powers were too dangerous to reclaim, some secrets better left in darkness. The decision took only a heartbeat. DS threw the records into the dark pool, watching as the ancient papers dissolved into the depths. The dark leader's cry of rage turned to fear as the waters began to stir, ripples spreading outward as something ancient and terrible sensed their presence. Run! Celebrander's command cut through the chaos. They fled through the twisting passages, the sounds of pursuit giving way to otherworldly noises from the depths. Only when they reached the upper halls did they pause, the weight of what they'd achieved and lost settling over them. The ring's location is lost, Dvalin said softly, regret in his voice. DS touched the wall of her ancestor's hall, feeling the strength in the stone. No, it's protected, as it should be. Some parts of our heritage are best honored by letting them rest. They emerged into sunlight, the gates of Moria standing silent behind them. DS looked back at the ancient entrance, seeing beyond the darkness to the halls of her people's greatest works. One day, perhaps Moria would again ring with dwarven voices. But for now, it would keep its secrets, guarding both the shadows and the light of ages past. As they began their journey home, Celebrander laid a hand on DS's shoulder, a gesture that would have been unthinkable weeks before. Your ancestors' ring may lie forever hidden, but you have proven worthy of a greater inheritance, wisdom. DS smiled, touching the silver beads in her beard. In the end, she had chosen differently than her forebears, turning away from power to preserve something more precious. In doing so, she had written her own story in the ancient halls of Moria, not in gold or mithril, but in choices that would echo through the ages to come.